moederloos, wees kind, bemind. Wees mijn houvast, mijn toeverlaat. Toeverlaat mij nooit. Hou vast. Mijn ooit. De laatste vlucht van de kraai. Het brandend nest ontvlucht. Gezucht uit monden. De rivier breed. Vreed. Wijd en toegewijd. De gewijde aarde, vreedheid, vrede, de smeekbede. Het gaat ons goed. En heb goede moed. Blijf nu toch aan onze zij. In zijde gewikkeld, begraven. In de wijde wereld. Gevreesd wordt het kwade. Behoud ons allen van kwaad bloed. Behoud ons van kwaad bloed. Het gaat ons goed. En heb goede moed. Grof wordt gedicht, ik zie niemand meer om me heen. Alles eindigt hier. Ik val, ik sta op, ga verder weer. En lichten, getekend, gezichten, wondes door liefde geslagen. En onze huid, ons huis als kraters in land, we worden littekens. We worden littekens. En we reiken de hand. Het laatste gedicht voor niemand gedragen. Het eindigt hier en is eeuwig. Ik val. Ik val. Ik sla de ogen neer. Het hoeft niet meer. De wondes door liefde geslagen in onze huid, ons huis, als kraters in land. Ze worden littekens. Ze worden littekens. En we reiken de hand. Het laatste graf werd gedicht. De aarde heeft geen meer waarde. Er is liefde, er is licht. Er is liefde en licht. Ik hou de ogen dicht. Liefde en lichten, getekend, gezicht door liefde geslagen, de wondes in onze huid, ons huis. Ze worden littekens. vertragen, het eindigt hier. Het is eeuwig, ik val. Ik sla de ogen neer, het hoeft niet meer. Het is liefde en leer, maar ik hou de ogen dicht. Het is liefde en leer, maar ik hou de ogen dicht. Voor een maar alleen, jouw arm om me heen. Maar alleen, het wordt zoals voorheen. Heb goede nacht, ja, heb ik de hulp. Heb goede nacht, ja, heb ik de hulp.
Hello. What's up, everybody? $10. Mark, Warren, Unkthar, Rastafario, Chipmunk, Garrus, JR, Cassie, Reich, Carl, Kyo, Colette, Senpai, Credo. How's everybody doing today? You guys are doing well? The band we just listened to, Senpai, is called Amenra. And it's my current favorite band. Been for a little bit. And it's probably going to be for a little bit as well. What's up, Glegor? Seraphin, good to see you. Yeah, how's everybody doing today? Tuesday? Question mark? Yeah, it is Tuesday. Yeah. You reliably always pull out good tunes. Aside from that one time, there was pom pom shit. That was the game though. I didn't put any. Did I? I don't remember. It's taking me. It's a whole process for me. Picking the right songs. A lot of time is just what do I want to listen to today. But I also think about the games we're playing and the themes of the games we're playing and the songs that I want to put out, right? There's always a little bit, there's always a meaning why I pick a song and I play it at the beginning of the stream. Sometimes it's related to the game, sometimes it's just the mood I'm in, or whatever I is going on in my life. It really depends. But there's always a reason. I rarely just put a song because I need one and I put a random one, right? There's always a little bit of an intention behind it. And only I will, notice those things and will know about those things most of the time, but I don't know. How are you today, Pitsy? Played Organ Donor some time back. You remember why you chose that track? Pretty sure I was just rewatching Skins at the time, and I don't know. Maybe that's just it. Sometimes, like I said, sometimes it's just about something that's happening in real life. This may have just been I'm rewatching Skins, and the track played on Skins, and I was like, you know what? May as well put that on. It doesn't. It's not always very deep, right? I'm just saying that it never completely random. Have you seen The Gentleman? He shows roughly based on the film. Yeah, Scott Alario is in it. Oh, I haven't seen it, but now I'm interested. Is it new? The Gentleman. Gentlemen, plural. Okay. 2020, apparently. Oh, never mind. 24. Oh, right. The movie was 2019. Oh, that looks fun. That looks like a fun show. Okay. Little hint of a black comedy. Kind of want to watch it. Yeah, I need to actually. I'm gonna keep the tab open. I want to get to that. She does have a bit of that effect. Yeah. I always kind of want to watch the things she's in. I watched the Pirates of the Caribbean movie after 2. just because she was in it, which was a gigantic waste of time. But yeah. What's up, Zulu? How are you doing today? She plays Claire Redfield in Welcome to Raccoon City. I really need to. Oh, I think I knew that. Yeah, I think I knew that, but I just skipped it somehow. What's up, Melon? I've seen The Maze Runner. Yeah, in fact, I watched it several times because when I was teaching, like the day before Christmas or whatever, we would sometimes, like, we would always, like, the last day we would watch a movie in the afternoon or something before the holidays, and the kids could pick the movies they wanted to watch. And I was, at the first few years that I was teaching was really at the height of like sort of that trend of movies, right? All the fucking teenagers, all the kids wanted to watch those movies, or the Hunger Games or whatever. So I've seen the Hunger Games and the Maze Runner like more than once. Just fine. It's fine. And, at some point you're just letting the kids watch a movie, and you exist on your computer and you do some work in advance for the the next term, I guess. Yeah, how are you doing today, Melon? Just made some stuffed green mini pumpkins. Okay. Wes Ball, the director, actually directed Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. He's going in the right direction. Yeah, I haven't I mean, I don't think The Maze Runner was that bad of a movie, right? It was just, I don't think the source material was that great. I think The Maze Runner is pretty bad as a book. So it was very popular, but I don't think it was that good. I haven't seen the Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. They just keep rebooting that franchise. It's kind of crazy. I used to teach Senpai for over 10 years. I stopped. Last time I had a permanent position, like a stable position, was 2019. I did a few subs after that, 2020, 2021, to help some like colleagues, that old colleagues that got sick during COVID or whatever, and I subbed for them a little bit. But yeah, I haven't had like a fixed, like an actual position for like 5 years at this point. And hopefully I won't have to go back, but who knows. All right, Melon, have a good one. Stuffed with what? Good question. When people don't say what they're stuffing it with, I always assume like ground beef. And some cheese or something like that. Captain Dax. I saw your message, Captain Dax. It's I think the most annoying part is the matchmaking issues. I really like it's really annoying that I can't, like, it takes me so long to play matches. If I refuse Wi-Fi matches, I'm basically getting 1 game per hour. And I'm not kidding. I wish I was. So at this point, I'm just accepting Wi-Fi matches because I just want to get out of those lower ranks where I'm assuming, less players are playing. And then the second part of that is I just wish I was having fun when I'm playing it, which for now I'm not. I'm giving the game some time, right? I'm waiting to see, because for now I can still be in the mindset of I'm blaming myself for the game not being fun, right? But there's a lot of issues that I have with the game system on its own. And I keep, you know, obviously I played so much Tekken over the past few decades. I keep comparing it to Tekken, and it doesn't hold up. Like, it just doesn't hold up. So I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see. For now, again, like I said, it could be I could be the problem. I'm probably part of the problem, at least, right? But there's still some systems that I'm like, I don't understand what they were trying to do here. Yeah. In fact, I'm pretty certain if they just removed DI in the drive meter, the game gets instantly better. In fact, no, you can even keep the drive meter, but remove the DIs. And just keep the, you know, just keep the rushes and all that. And I understand that DI is probably less of a problem later, right? When people just don't use them as much because they're very easy to punish. It just makes for a miserable new player experience. Because at lower levels, it is basically a win button. Even pros with random DI. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It to me, like, the issue with it is that you can't throw non-cancelable moves. Because if you do, you run the risk. Like, every time you throw a non-cancelable move, you're just gambling, basically. Like, if you're poking in neutral, every time you throw a non-cancelable, you're gambling. That's what it feels like right now. So, yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't be feeling less RNG when I'm playing Magic the Gathering than when I'm playing Street Fighter, and that's sort of what it feels like right now. But again, like I said, until I get better at the game, I'm blaming myself for the problems. I just wish I had fun while learning, like I have with most games usually, right? Competitive games, I usually have the most fun while I'm learning. That's why it's so jarring of an experience for me. Like, learning, I don't know, learning stuff like League of Legends was awesome. As soon as you hit the you know, like the high ranks where you're sort of like starting to plateau, then it gets fucking annoying. Learning StarCraft, same. Learning, even Magic the Gathering, learning was great. It felt fresh, you know, now that I'm, you know, pretty much like plateauing or whatever, and I'm in the optimized meta and all that, like, it's just, it gets really too predictable sometimes. Interested in Deadlock? Cautiously, I guess, Warren. We'll see when I get a new computer. Maybe I'll get into it. Yeah, I mean, I'm planning on ordering a new computer in the next couple of weeks, I think. I just saved $1,000 on car insurance the other day, so I mean, I would, you know, preferably save it because that's extra sort of extra streaming months that I can afford to do, you know, for a while. But I didn't sell my car, no, but I suspended my insurance because I'm not really driving it these days. I'm thinking of selling it, but we'll see. MIT, good to see you. Santa. We don't have Geico here. I mean, maybe we do, but I don't. I have a local car insurance. Made in Switzerland car insurance, I guess. Is Geico the only insurance in America? Like, you're the second person who I talk to, well, that makes the reference to Geico while I'm talking about the car insurance stuff. It's just the commercials? I see. Right. Yeah. It's just the most famous one. But yeah, we'll see, Dax. We'll see. I don't know. For now, I keep wanting to go back every day, so that's good. I get frustrated every day. I keep, like, every match I play, I keep telling myself, God, this game is just trash, but I keep going back to it. So I guess there's hope somewhere. I just wish I had more fun. It's just that, yeah, it's that weird state of win or lose. I feel like the game was randomly decided by who pressed the DI button when. Also, a side thing that bothered me, and I started noticing that yesterday, it's too easy to push someone in a corner. Literally half my games now, I crouch mid-kick, drive rush. Most of the time they get touched by the crouched mid-kick. And then I drive rush and combo, and they're in the corner, and then it becomes like just a game of, you know, am I throwing or am I punching you in the face? And there's nothing they can do. It's a 50-50 every time. Well, there's a few more options, right? I guess you could like, you could like bait an attack and just dash away and then, you know, whiff punish, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of interplay, I guess I would say, with the opponent. I feel like a lot of fighter games are like that. The one that successfully connects after some back and forth turns out the winner. Well, I mean, that's the whole point, right? Is to find an opening and then combo, right? But yeah, there's something about the Street Fighter system that just feels so limiting to me. And I think it's fundamentally part of what Street Fighter is, and I don't think you can change that. And I think a big part of it is how the blocking works. It's too easy to just crouch block and stand there. And the only other option to get someone out of that, like the only real viable option to get someone out of that, is grab them, right? Because I feel like the overheads in a lot of cases are slow and reactable, right? So the most common option would be to grab. but it's sort of like it turns every close engagement to a coin flip. It feels like. And like again, like obviously they're a very different game, and I have a very limited understanding of Street Fighter so far, but from the get-go, like immediately in Tekken, you can see all the different options that you have. Like it's even though it feels like a harder game to pick up, you can instantly see how it you know, like new players can have a more fulfilling experience. The fact that there's low, mids, and highs, the neutral game is so much more deep and interesting instantly. Because you can't just, you know, crouch block and it's just not two options. There's so many different options right out of the gate. But a part of that could be me just not seeing it, right? I'm gonna keep grinding at it until it clicks or I get bored of you know, of being bored. What's up, $10? Yeah, Soul Calibur was fun. I like that game back then. Was it worth buying a Dreamcast just for that? I don't know, but it was a good video game. All the Soul Caliburs? Yeah, I haven't played one after the first one. I think the series moved to PlayStation 2 after that, right? And maybe Xbox even? I just never followed. It's sort of like that was the time when I kind of stopped playing video games for a bit. Didn't have much time. Yeah. Right. Seeing people playing Wukong reminds me of Killick in Soul Calibur. Oh, yeah, that Killick was fun. Killick was my main for a little bit when I first got the game before I switched to Siegfried. Been watching Star Wars Outlaws streams and I'm kind of interested. Yeah, I was watching it until I saw Ubisoft on the logo. I didn't realize it was a Ubisoft game. I don't think I'm interested anymore, unfortunately. The reviews seem pretty mid. So when a Ubisoft game is getting mid reviews, I'm concerned. Because even the ones that are getting good reviews are generally not my cup of tea. But I don't know, I haven't followed Skull and Bones. In fact, I didn't even know Skull and Bones released. Is it out? Like out? Yeah? Okay. In fact, I'm pretty sure I thought that game was cancelled. Did it come out last year or something? When I was just spending 90% of my time in bed and I just missed it? It was released with someone pushing it out of the door with a broom. Yeah, that makes sense. I love that image. "13th of February this year?" I was playing Disco Elysium, I think, wasn't I? Or were we done with it at this point? Yeah, maybe we were done with it at this point. No, we were still playing it. No fishing minigame? Yeah, a pirate game without fishing sounds weird, honestly. I don't know. You spend most of your time on the water. Why would you not fish? Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably not gonna play Star Wars Outlaw. I still need to play Jedi whatever, the second one. Survivor, I think it was called. Let me harpoon a space whale. Yeah, I think the issue there is that most space games sort of go for the realistic route of space is very empty, right? But yeah, we don't see very interesting reinterpretation of space, I feel like. Yeah. I haven't touched No Man's Sky since the first week it released. I keep hearing that it's a lot better now. And I keep thinking that, despite that probably being the case, I kind of don't want to reward publishers putting out a game that's half finished, even if the devs busted their asses off and made a better game in time. Feels dirty to me, but oh well. I mean, I did play Cyberpunk, so I guess I'm not... If you already bought it, I refunded it. Outer Wilds kind of does. Kind of does what? An interesting... Oh! Oh, geez. Okay, yeah. You may be on a bit of a delay, Senpai. I'm not sure, but... Or maybe it just took a while for you to write the message, but yeah. Yeah, no, it does. That's true. That is true. It is an interesting take on space for sure. My chat kind of broke, I think. I'm on the train. Have a nice trip. Mostly an aimless sandbox with no narrative to draw me in. Yeah, there was a bit of a narrative, right? But I don't think it's very forward. Saladino, good to see you. Narrative was kind of weak. Been traveling for 9 hours now? That sounds miserable. My thoughts go to your butt, senpai. That's probably hurting right now. Trains rule? Yeah, to a certain extent, but after a couple hours, it's just like, it's just another butt-hurting experience, right? Like, to me, that's the worst part about traveling. You remove the butt pains. I can travel for however long you want me to travel. I don't give a shit. Which is very strange that I spend most of my day sitting on a chair. And I never get butt pains. But as soon as I'm in a train, after like a couple hours, I don't know, I think they're just not very comfortable. Yo, Brendan, thanks for the raid, man. How are you doing? You just missed me earlier complaining about Street Fighter and my issues with the game. I spoke about it too soon. I guess I should have waited. What's up, Rian King? Bring a butt pillow? Sit on a sweater? I feel like that just makes it worse, though. I don't know. Sorry. A lot of sneezes lately. Which I've said, there's a saying in French that when you sneeze, it's because someone is thinking about you, so... Whoever's doing that right now, please. I'm trying to work here. It's not just French. Yeah, no, last time I mentioned it, nobody said that they knew about it, so... I assumed it was just a French thing. That's true, senpai, yeah. That is true. I changed positions a lot on my chair. In fact, I just did. I switched my legs around. But yeah, Brandon, we should have a conversation about... I need your input on some of the stuff that I picked up on in Street Fighter, and I need to know. I'm gonna have you to be honest with me and tell me if it gets better once you understand the game better. Because if not, I don't know if I want to invest my time in there. About what? I mean, we can talk about it off stream, but basically what I was saying earlier is I feel like the game is too coin flippy. That's sort of my main issue. I have issues with like DI and whatever, but I understand that DI is gonna probably get better later, right? It's still making me feel like if you throw a move, if you try to poke with a move that's non-cancelable, you're basically gambling every time. Because if you get DI, then you're fucked every time. But anyway, that's a thing I'm sure gets better as you sort of have different pressure tools and people can't just throw DIs whenever and expect them to work. But anyway, my main issue fundamentally is I don't think there's enough options. If you put someone in a corner, it's basically a 50-50 every time. Is he going to throw or is he going to attack, right? Because it feels like you can just crouch block almost everything, because like overheads are usually slow enough to be reactable, right? So it's either you get thrown or you crouch block, and throws are basically the only thing that can break that. It's so limiting. It feels like you flip a coin every time there's a close range engagement. I feel more RNG than I do when I'm playing Magic the Gathering in those situations. Everything is a mix-up between attack or throw every time. Whereas, I'm thinking about Tekken, and it's like, okay, there's mids, there's highs, there's lows, like just that on a fundamental level. There's already so many different levels and ways to, to interact with your opponent. It feels so much more like open from the get-go, like without even adding all the other systems on it, right? And that to me, like, is a fundamental issue that I've always felt with Street Fighter. Even back in the day, like in the 90s, right? I was playing Tekken, I was like, oh man, this whole system is so much more, like, there's so much more interplay between people because of those levels, right? Whereas Street Fighter is just like, yep, nope, I'm just crouch blocking, good luck. It does get better? What's overheads? It's basically attacks that hit above, and so like crouch blocking gets you hit, right? You have to be stand blocking to get them. Most of like jumping attacks are overheads. But they're so slow. Like most of them are so slow you can just stand up and... Yeah, maybe Fishboy, maybe. All you end up having is stand or crouch block in those minus situations. If you have a read, that sounds to me like... And I understand what you mean. It sounds to me like gambling every time, though. Because you think you have a read, but technically you're just making a guess. And then it's, it's a 50-50 whether or not you were right? Taking the throw is like taking the low in Tekken? It's not, though. Like, fundamentally, it's a different outcome. Because you get thrown to the ground and your character is auto gonna stand up. Right? Which leads into a completely, like, different chain of... Is he gonna throw or is he gonna attack? I understand what you mean. I understand the comparison. But it feels like it flows so very differently. I don't know. I guess it also goes hand in hand with like the throw loops, right? Like, it feels like flipping a coin every time. Like it's just... Yeah. No, I understand that, Brendan. I'm just it. Maybe it's just a bad new player experience. Because the options don't reveal themselves until later, whereas they're more visible in other games. Yeah, maybe. And then on top of that, you add DI, which is, I think, just like, man, you remove DIs and the game instantly gets better. Instantly. It's not even like a question to me. Keep the drive meter for like drive rushes and all that, because I like the way it opens up a few options here and there. But even though I think crouching mid kick and drive rush is too powerful, but that's every character can do it pretty much, so that's okay. But yeah, I do think like I do think DIs in itself is just ridiculous. Like the yeah, having like feeling forced, and again, maybe again, I'm up until now, my issues with the game, I blame myself for it. Again, I just want to make that clear. But the fact that throwing a non-cancelable move is a gamble every time, it feels so bad to me. Like it's just a feel bad moment. And even when I hit a DI because I saw him throw a non-cancelable move, and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna just DI your face. It doesn't feel good. I'm like, oh, just lost the coin flip there. Sorry, you know, it's... I've had, out of all the matches that I've played, I've had one match that felt fun. And I was like, oh, geez, that was a good fucking experience. And I realized after the fact that none of us ever threw a single DI in that match. We pretended they didn't exist. That match felt good. What's up, Cosmic? Yeah, I mean, again, I understand all of that, right? Like, and I appreciate the sort of reassurance, but yeah, just gotta hope that, you know, that I'm gonna get to a point where it's gonna click before I get, like I said, bored of being bored. Because right now I'm bored, but I'm not bored of being bored yet. That's the next level. Generally, I like having some fun while I'm learning a game. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna keep at it for a bit. Forget counter DI, just parry it. Is there something I'm missing? If I'm fast enough to press either button, why wouldn't I counter DI? One response that solves many problems? Sure. Yeah, I'm just trying to wonder if it's I don't know, most of the situations where I get DI'd, I don't think I can parry, because it's the same situation. I'm throwing a, you know, I'm trying to poke, or I'm throwing a move that's non-cancelable, and I just get DI'd in return, right? I don't think I can parry that. It's not DI's problem, being a bit too active. Well, I mean, if I can't, you know, when we're just standing there, if I can't poke with a medium kick, like, what am I doing? I don't know. Like trying to poke and getting bodied by electrics. Yeah, but the electric required my opponent to, you know, actually do an input and nail it and get in there, and all those elements that can go wrong. It's not just pressing a button. I know that, you know, it doesn't change that much fundamentally, but to me that's an essential difference. I get what you mean, Brendan. It still feels more interactive and character dependent and sort of like part of the matchups and all that, right? It doesn't feel like we just have a big button there, which is basically could be a, you know, it could be written coin flip on it, and you're just like, yeah, why not? Press it, see what happens. It feels like there's intent behind those moves you're describing. But again, you know, I'm sure I'll get to understand the nuances if I haven't uninstalled out of boredom until then. Well, that's the thing. You don't use it offensively, Naz. I'm talking about using it defensively right now. As a reaction to any move that's not cancelable. Then what's the coin flip? You as the attacker, right? You're like you're attacking and you're hoping that it with a non-cancelable move, and you're hoping he's not gonna DI. And if you're the defender, you see him move, you press DI, and you hope it's not a cancel, or that he's not gonna react to it. I've won matches doing that. I'm just not moving, I'm standing in front of him. As soon as I see his character do anything, DI. And I've won matches like that super easily. And I understand that's low-level shit, right? I understand. But I'm talking about my experience. I'm not talking about, you know, the you know, pro-level gameplay, right? I'm talking about my experience as a new player and how I'm facing those, you know. Right, I get that. But that's the thing. That's the coin flip. If your opponent is doing a non-cancelable move, you win. If he's doing a cancelable move, you lose. That's the coin flip, right? I don't know if I agree with that. I understand what you mean, but I don't know if I agree. because there's not that many options. I guess I should just crouch medium kick always and only use that as an offensive tool. It's cancelable, you can drive rush into it, push the opponent to the wall, and then they're stuck in that corner 50-50 and that's it, right? But then, like, God, it's just so boring. I don't know. Okay, Fish Boy, you're not allowed to use the little hat thing anymore. No worries. I'm just getting tilted. It's my own fault. What's up, Sorrow? How are you doing? I feel like competitive games are like this. When you're new at StarCraft, you get cannon rushed or 6 pulled to no end. Yeah, but there's... It's happening slowly, if that makes sense, right? It's a completely different sort of frame of interplay, right? Like, to me, the way it feels is that as if you couldn't get out of your base for 5 minutes. Like, literally, imagine StarCraft puts a wall outside of your ramp. For 5 minutes, you can't look out of it. You don't know what your opponent is doing. And then at the end of the 5 minutes, the walls lift. And then you wonder if there's a wall of cannon there or not. And you go out and you check. That's what it feels like. When you get the information, it's too late. You're already either hit or not. You know, it's... You know. No, I mean, I know, Brendan. That's what I'm... That's exactly why I'm explaining it this way. Because it's completely different. And it can be compared, right? Because in RTS you have, you know, you can scout and get information and then react with that in mind. Fighting games don't give you that. You need to react now, instantly. Yeah, no. And I think, Brendan, the ultimate problem here is fundamentally it's I think it's more than the game itself, right? If I was having fun playing as like right now and working through those issues, it would be totally fine. You know, it's I was talking to Nasrallah about that yesterday. Like, most competitive games that I've played, I've always thought the learning phase was the most fun. And when you get at higher levels, when you understand what's happening and you have the meta sort of ingrained in you, that's when it gets annoying and boring, because it's pretty much, it gets very repetitive. And so usually the learning experience is the most interesting part of it. right? I like when nobody has any fucking clue what they're doing and everyone's just like testing shit out, and it leads to those fun moments. It's the first time that I'm learning a competitive game, and I'm right out of the gate. First match, I was like, oh god, this is boring. This is annoying. It's just a bunch of, you know, because there's that one button. That one button leads everyone to just focus on it. And so it's a miserable learning experience. Hopefully, my hope is that as soon as I like sort of get out of the very early section of it, then it gets better for a while. And it's still the learning experience, but it gets better, right? That's what I'm hoping for. That's why I'm still playing, right? I'm hoping it gets to a point where suddenly like it's not that as oppressive anymore, and there's this sweet spot of until you get to higher level, and then it gets annoying again, but that's another issue that I'll address if I get there. What's up, Kagaj? Talking about Street Fighter 6 mostly. Yeah, Brendan. No, I think that's interesting. Caladius? Yeah. If I was playing that character, maybe I would think about it. Nice. And to everyone who's not interested in fighting games, I'm sorry the conversation is so heavily revolving around it right now, but it's been a large part of my free time lately, so I guess I'm just, my mind is in there. What's up, Goal? Yeah, I'm not gonna play Guile. I think that even if Guile wasn't a charged character, I wouldn't play him. I don't know. It looks like a buffoon to me. I don't want to play a character that looks like that. Yeah, Brendan. Well, too bad, because I'm not playing him. That's for sure. It's been happening. What's the current objective? The current objective is clicking on the continue button that's on the screen. We're getting there soon. Don't worry. It's always the hardest one. It is. It truly is. Yeah, we'll see, Brandon. We'll see. Again, like it's just a shame that I'm not enjoying my time with the game more, right? Because all of it would be solved. Because I wouldn't care if I don't understand the game, or if you know, if stuff's happening and I you know, having fun would take over everything, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Yes, that is true. $10. Yeah, maybe Brendan. Maybe I'll enjoy punishing people who use that move in the future. We'll see. Maybe one day you'll be in the finals of a tournament and you'll throw a fucking uncancelable poke and you'll get DI'd and you'll lose the game and you'll suddenly agree with me. I'm joking. Anyway, we'll see. I have to play. I at least have to play the game until Mai comes to the game, right? I'm a Mai main in waiting right now. That's what I'm doing. So as soon as she hits the game, we'll talk. Are you gonna play Terry? No. Nah, I'm not going to, Brendan. I'm not gonna play Guile. It's never happening. I'm just saying it. And I don't want to play Bison either. I'm already not having fun. What do you want me to do? Remove the only part that's remotely fun, which is playing a sort of cool character? Go Zangief. That's not a terrible idea, actually. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. Simon has found a power suit with a dead body inside. Now he must adapt it so that Catherine can transfer his mind into it and they can continue the journey into the abyss. 3 parts are needed: some structure gel, a cortex chip from a robot, and a power pack. We have all 3 of these. We're actually supposed to put it in right now. It is insertion time. Yeah, I mean, same Sorrow. I mostly played Street Fighter in the 90s, right? Like the last one I really played was Super Street Fighter 2. And then I touched a few of the more recent ones after that, like Third Strike and all that, but I never really got into it, right? Because I was playing Tekken at the time, which for me, as soon as Tekken arrived, like I was done. Like Street Fighter felt like an old ancient game in comparison. But yeah, I did enjoy Street Fighter, like Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2, up to Super Street Fighter 2 at the time. It was fun. Those were good games from a different era, right? Maybe that's part of the issue as well. Like it playing this right now makes me feel like I'm moving back in time, like going back to a time before they figured ways to make fighting games more fun and more interesting. But again, I understand that's not a fair way of looking at the game. How are you today, Sunrun? Yeah, I haven't touched Tekken 8, so I don't know anything about. Well, I've seen a few games, so, but I don't know much about heat moves and all that. So I did put Tekken 8 on my wish list to see when it's going on sale, which is not a good sign when playing another game gets you to do that, but. I mean, it will certainly be because there's less learning, right? I already know what I'm doing, kind of. But I don't think that should be my. I don't think that should be the motivation for my choice, right? Because that's just basically taking an easier way out, right? Yeah, I don't know. Huh. That's a gel container, and there's some gel on the floor. What happened here with that gel? I didn't think about that. Did she do something with it before she got in there? Did someone else try to do something with it? I don't know. That's an interesting little piece of environmental storytelling that I missed yesterday. I didn't see that until now. No, I get what you mean by casual, Brandon. Don't worry. I am a casual player. I'm not gonna compete or anything in any of those games. That's not the goal here. I just want to have fun with the game that I'm playing. But I'm still holding on to hope. I don't know what the expression is. I'm still holding for the, I'm still holding for the game to click and then suddenly everything's gonna be alright. I thought I had a moment like that the other day. I got that one match that I was talking about. Like, that was really suddenly exciting. I was like, oh man, this was some real, like, fucking fighting right there. That one match where nobody used DIs. And then it instantly went back to just that fucking spam. But, so I'm holding out hope that at some point when people are more worried about using those DIs because they get punished more easily, then the game's going to be more interesting. That's my that's my hope right now. I found the thing from yesterday. First off, I was misremembering a couple details about 0.8 seconds, not 2 seconds. The original research was from the 60s, has been repeated quite often. It was measuring originally brainwaves via EEG. Later experiments may have used fMRI. Link to the transcript and the podcast if you like. Yeah, you can post it here if you want, Sunrun. Or if you're in NASA's Discord, you can like post it in the links there. But yeah, thanks. Actually, I'm gonna open it tab right now. Yep. Thank you. And I'm glad you're not experiencing a migraine anymore. That's great. Such a great sound design on those doors. This was so satisfying. It sounded exactly the way I was expecting it. From the creaking to the sort of clashing with the you know. Also interesting how they have a variety of creaking sounds, so they don't all sound the same all the time. Oh. Wait, is it door based? Like each door sounds different? Okay, no, it seems like a random thing. What's up, Stoner? Games are cool again? This game's been great. I've been really enjoying SOMA. Yeah. It's my off-stream game time that's not going well these days. Sounds in this game are very believable. Yeah, they've done a great job at making things sound the way you expect them to, right? It's actually kind of crazy how everything sounds very predictable in a good way. Oh, that's the thing, Senpai. That's not what we're talking about here. It has nothing to do with reaction time. It's the delay between what's actually happening and our brains processing the information, right? So, like, according to that study, right, your entire perception of the world is delayed by almost a second. but you don't see it, right? Because, you know, everything is equally delayed, so it just... But the fun part of that Sunrun, if I'm getting it correctly, is that the wiggle my finger thing has already happened when you think about it. Right? Because the situation's already over when you actually perceive it. And that's the crazy thing. What's up, JC? How are you today? You know what, Senta? Sometimes you gotta be happy for the things that make you happy, and I'm glad you're having that experience right now. There were some Explorer bands today. Yeah, I saw that, Amalia and Sorin. Pretty sure I'm getting some Amalia's wildcards back. So that's great. Because I'm pretty sure I had 4 of them for Life Link deck. Life Gain deck. Yeah, I don't remember if I had 4 or whatever. I should have crafted them when I saw... Like, I saw the bands before they got implemented. I could have crafted them as a reaction. But I just didn't think of doing it. Oh well. How are you doing today, White Wolf? Your perception of control happens after your brain has already decided to do it. Yeah. Really puts a little bit of a wrench into the whole free will discourse, right? Doesn't it? No, I know not really, because most big decisions are gonna be made over a long period of time, but... It's just an interesting thing to think about, I guess. I'm a firm cone of free will believer. What was that again? The cone of free will? I don't remember. Well, I mean, that's your like take on it, right, Sunrun? I'm personally very conflicted about whether or not I believe that free will exists. I guess it depends how you define it. But interestingly, I feel like I'm both on mostly semantics, probably. It's a definition thing, but I'm definitely of the opinion that we don't make a lot of actual choices. A lot of it is just the consequence of everything that has happened before, right? So I'm very deterministic in my way of like considering how life actually works, but it doesn't feel that way from my subjective experience of life. It doesn't feel like everything is predetermined. It feels like I'm making decisions, which is fine. It's how it's supposed to be. And I still very much believe in personal accountability and responsibility and all that, right? Which is somewhat contradictory, fundamentally speaking, but yeah. I don't know. It's a big can of worms, that free will conversation, I guess. What was the game we were playing when we were talking about that? Was it Cyberpunk or Disco? It may have been Disco. Maybe both, yeah. I think we can all agree that free will is most relative, otherwise you could decide to grow wings and fly away. Well, no, because I don't think free will allows you to break the fundamental laws of nature. I think that's a false, you know, I don't think that argument really does anything. At least that's not how I define free will, right? Free will means I'm actually able to make a decision, right? That's how I define it, at least. Free will means I am able to make a decision. This decision that I'm making now, I could have made the other choice, right? Potentially. With the exact same past, right? The same exact things leading me to that point, I would be able to choose one path or the other. That to me is the simplest definition of free will. I think it's a more complex than that, but that's the simplest way in which I can reduce it, right, to its essence. And I don't think that's a thing. I personally really don't think that's a thing. I think the choice is already made. You can't make a different choice. It's just a consequence of everything that led you to that point. All the hesitation, all the indecision, all of that is just part of that consequence. That's at least my belief in a lot of cases. I don't know if I fully agree, like if I fully believe in that, but I'm certainly leaning that way, right? I would like to think that I have an actual decision there, but every time I try to think about it rationally, I don't think I do. Yeah. Yeah, Sunrun? Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it. It seems interesting. Talking about Beeston's argument, he stated that he doesn't believe in free will because choices are based on what's available right now. I think we can all agree on that. Oh yeah, in that sense, yes. I was just, I think the laws of nature are ultimately, we're bound by the laws of nature, right? What I'm seeing here, and I don't know if it makes sense, but we're looking at it in the opposite way that I'm trying to, right? You're looking at free will as all those things are influencing my decision. It's going to have an effect on it, right? But I can still make that choice, but it's going to be influenced by all that. I think I'm looking at it from like the other way. I never have a choice. But is there a few moments where I maybe do a little bit? It's like, like, oh, the physical limits our free will. I'm like, well, that doesn't matter. Like, our free will doesn't exist. Maybe this allows it to sometimes, I'm looking at it from, I guess, the opposite point of view. Like, You're starting from we have free will, and then you're finding all the limitations. I'm starting with we don't have free will. Here are all the maybe enabling things that allow us to get there. But no. What's my opinion on solipsism? I don't know. It's a funny thought, right? My opinion is that I can never prove that... There's no way to prove that my experience of existence is not all there is. There's no way to prove that, right? Because everything that you're taking in, and every information that you're taking in is from your perspective. But obviously, if, you know... do you need that to be proven to you, right? That you're not the only existing conscious being? I don't, personally, right? I very much believe that everyone is existing currently. I don't believe I'm... No. What's up, Twist? It can be, yeah. It's not always scary, but it definitely can be. What's up, Sokaman? What's up, Coolie? Well, that's the thing, Pitsy, right? Obviously, if you're looking at it from, like, if you know that, you know, you're not the only thing that exists, it's pretty easy to dismiss that. Like, the only thing I'm saying is that you can't, there's no way for you to prove that to yourself. Really prove that to yourself. It's almost like you have to believe that that solipsism isn't a thing, right? It's almost based on faith, because you can never, like, any information that may prove that to you can be taken, like, is taken from your subjective experience. By definition, we're not able to have a conscious experience of objectivity. It doesn't happen. So we're stuck in that sort of, you know, maybe Sorrow, maybe I don't know if it's strictly comparable, but I think some of the... It stems from the same thing, probably, right, Sorrow? Which is sort of a weird ego thing, I guess. We're limited to our experience and what we can observe, I guess. Doesn't seem a very productive mindset. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Yeah. And there's something funny about how quickly you can extend that further. In the sense that once you're dead, you're dead. You're gone. There's nothing, right? Assuming that's the case. So why should you care about anything past your own experience? Once you're dead, you're not gonna know, you know, that's sort of like, that's the sort of like the scary extension of that perception, right? Obviously, most people don't feel that way, right? we have empathy, we think about what we left behind for other people, or we think about how other people are going to feel about us, you know, passing and all that. But in reality, when I stop existing, from my perspective, everything stops existing. I'm gone, right? I don't exist anymore. So why should I care about anything else? Obviously, that's the deviant, you know, sociopathic way of looking at it, but it feels like a very easy shortcut to make, I think. Yeah, Sunrun, that's a sentence that I've heard a lot for a long time. Well, I've not heard, actually, I've heard it once, but I still remember, and I've been repeating it since. It was a strange. It was a long time ago. I think if I remember the story correctly, because I feel like I've sort of forgotten how it originally happened, but I think it was in 2007. I was at my girlfriend at the time, parents, for a family member had passed in their family, and there was a child there that I'm pretty sure was the child. She was the daughter, the young daughter. She was maybe like 4 years old. She was the young daughter of my girlfriend's mother's best friend. Wow, that's complicated. Okay, girlfriend's mother, her best friend had a 4-year-old. Right, we're there, and there was a death in the, like, sort of the family there, and that child was there, and I still remember the child being sort of confused by everything that was happening. Her mom was crying, right, because they knew that person that passed very well. And I think the child saw her mom cry, and I remember her turning to my girlfriend at the time's mother, and asking, is she crying because name of the person is dead? You know, she was like questioning, as a child does sometimes. And, you know, the ex's mother was like, yeah, she is. And the child goes, is death sad? And I remember ex's mother goes, it's sad for those who remain. In French, but I'm roughly translating. And I thought that was such a, like, striking statement for me at the time. I was 25 years old. As a kid who was really, I was thinking about death a lot when I was a kid for some reason, right? I was a very, very dark 4-year-old myself. I had that conversation actually the other day. I think it was with Elisa. I was talking about how, you know, like, at 4 years old, I was already thinking about death, and I was scared of it a little bit. I was terrified by the idea of one day being nothing. I didn't want that. Now I'm like, well, whatever. Finally, peace. I don't have to play video games anymore. Anyway, but I remember that one question, that one answer, being so striking at the time. I had never thought about it in those terms, even though it seems very obvious, right? But I had never thought about it in those terms. But just a child asking, is death sad? Like, not knowing, right, how to feel. Because I'm assuming that 4-year-old didn't really know that person, right? It was just probably their first experience with loss, right? With someone in their, not even very close, but like entourage dying. And you don't know how to react, right? You have that moment of like, I don't understand what's happening. Why is mom crying? Is death sad? And then that answer, you know, being like, yeah, it's sad for those that remain. What a striking answer. My ex's at the time, my ex's mother was her parents actually, back between, we were together for 2005, since 2005 to 2009. I think those people had the most influence on my life that I've ever known. Like, those people influenced my life to a gigantic extent. It's crazy how much I learned being around these people. They still are. They're still alive. They're incredible people. A lot of interesting thoughts and conversations and debates. It feels like I learned how to think when I was in that relationship thanks to them. Yeah, just incredible people. But yeah, that one answer is always there in my mind. No. Yeah, maybe Sunrun. Apparently, well, I don't know. I think it's normal to question it a little bit and worry about it. Well, I mean, you know, question it a little bit and be curious, but I definitely went above and beyond when I was 4-year-old. I was terrified with it for months, like, you know, like it was a very deep experience. I was already wondering what was the point, if I was gonna be nothing again one day. What was the point? That's not normal for a 4-year-old, I don't think. But I don't know what prompted that. Like, I don't know what triggered that. I wonder if I saw like a movie, or maybe I had a book read to me, or maybe I lost a cat at the time, you know. I think the most tragic moments of my young life were when I was losing cats, because we had a lot of cats, so we were losing them somewhat regularly. And it was always very tragic for me. Like, I remember being hit really hard every time we lost a cat. So I don't know, maybe that was prompted by one of those things, right? Lost a cat and I was like, oh my god, death, that's terrible, what's going on? And then you have all those thoughts that are just like cascading from it. 4-year-old existential crisis. Yeah, no, I mean, that was me. I remember having existential dread about asteroids and stuff that could wipe everyone out. Yeah. Existential dread, any percent. Yeah. Yeah, I probably have I don't know if I have a world record there, but Jesus. It must be pretty close. Yeah, goal? Yeah, I mean, I guess you don't really know better, right? But yeah, funnily enough, I don't know, I think the fact that I started going through those thoughts very early makes it that I've processed all that shit in my younger years, and now I'm kind of okay with it. I'm not, you know, I'm like, whatever. One day we'll die, that's good. I mean, I still experience grief very profoundly. But I think I'm generally pretty okay with it for the most part. Yeah, Rian King, maybe. I do think pets are, you know, it's a bit sad and tragic, but I think pets are an important part of, or can be an important part of developing empathy and sort of care for another human being, and as you said, experience loss and all that, right? I definitely think having a pet is important. Did anyone help you process the passing of those cats? Not really. Not really, I don't think. I think I was living with my grandmother at the time, right? And I think she was very supportive. She was very kind, right? She was, when those moments happened, she would, she would be very kind and make me some soup, or, like basically, kind of be there, right? But not really go through the verbal communication aspect of it. We were not a very talkative family when I was younger. Interestingly, it only happened later, and again, I think I attribute a lot of that to I told you about these ex's parents, right? That helped me a lot, go through like communication and all that, and I think I brought that back after that to my family when I was moved out at that point, right? And so when I was going back to my family, and we got along a lot better. I think with my dad especially, and my mom, we had a bit of a rough patch when I was younger, especially with my dad. But then when I moved out and I started coming back for like occasions, right, and actually coming to see them and all that, I think we started talking a lot more, and I was able to myself bring something else to the table in terms of communication and all that. And I think that's when really we started talking a lot as a family. But yeah, when I was a kid, we didn't talk a lot. I didn't get a lot of like support in that sense to process my emotions. I got a lot of support to survive them, right? Like get sort of kindness around me and all that, especially from my grandmother, but not really anything like real processing over like conversation and all that. So I think I had to deal with that a lot by myself, right? But yeah. Yeah, White Wolf, well, I hope, I hope you can keep processing all those things and eventually find yourself comfortable with it, I guess. It's difficult. Yeah, Sorrow. Yeah, cool. Yeah, for sure, Brendan, but at the same time, it is what it is, and I think being left alone a lot of the time. I was an only child, right? So I was very like alone as a child, even though I had some friends and everything. I was spending more time alone than a lot of people, especially like again, like my family wasn't very communicative and all that. I think it definitely helped me still. It played a big part in who I am today in terms of like how I'm able to deal with my shit on my own, I guess, in a way, which I think it can be. I think there's a benefit to that, but it definitely comes with a lot of trauma, unresolved trauma from childhood and younger years. But oh well. You live and learn. Yeah, Kyo, nice. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure, Sorrow, I think, but I've always been, I've always enjoyed, like, I'm I've always been a yapper. In fact, it's a miracle that, like, I don't know exactly how it happened, but you would think, like, for someone who grew in a family where communication wasn't really a thing, you would think that I would be sort of more closed off about my feelings and emotions and all that. And I've always been pretty open, you know, like, I've always enjoyed talking shit out. I don't know. Maybe it's a reaction to not being able to do it when I was younger. Maybe I was seeking it somewhere else. So always very talkative with my friends and all that. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works, right? I guess it can go both ways. Like, either you just get completely closed off, or you become an oversharing fiend. What's up, Iron Core? I've definitely landed more on the oversharing side of things. Please. Sometimes I need to stop myself. Yeah, it depends, I guess, Brendan. But I feel like in a lot of cases, I am someone who needs to talk about things to process them really well. It can be, and I said talking, it could be like just simply writing them down, right? Putting them on paper or something, which I don't really do because I prefer just talking to people. But I like talking about stuff. That's, you've seen that, Brendan. You've seen it happen, right? It's just expressing things, verbalizing, it's helping a lot. Is that a decision you make, the proof of free will, whether you become a yapper or not? Well, see, here's the thing, though. That's purely a belief system, right, Goal? You can take that as a proof of free will, or you can take that as it's just a consequence of my context, and whether or not I become a yapper is due to having people to talk to or not, right? I don't know. It can be that simple. I still don't believe in free will. But that's the problem, Brendan. It's easier to... I feel like it's easier to argue against free will than it is to argue in favor of. Which doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's just easier to point out at the stuff that seems to prove that it doesn't. They either pull back or use it again. Well, that's a... You know, Iron Core, I read that and the only thing I'm thinking is that I'm sorry that that shit happened to you, because that's clearly, you know, you having that that experience. It's really just a result of the things you experience, right? It's people didn't take good care of you, is what results in that, right? And obviously your experience is valid. I think it... I don't think it's true, right? I don't think that's true. I don't think people want to talk about things to use it against you, right? But your experience of it is true. And that's very sad, because it just literally, it means that people didn't take good care of you. And that's not your fault. Oh yeah, no, I mean, obviously you're talking about your personal experience, and again, it's a very valid one. It's just, it's a sad thing to read. Like, it makes me very sad to read a sentence like that, because you know where it's coming from, right? You know, as someone who has experienced that phenomenon, and has observed it in other people and all that, like, you know where it's coming from, right? Yeah. And it's not whining, yeah, for sure it's not. It's just sharing sharing a difficult sort of set of experiences you had to go through. Yeah, in fact, it's the only way we can learn, right? About each other as human beings. You know, even outside of the individual... Even outside of the individualities that are present in this room right now, it's about learning about the human experience. It goes further than just, you know, each of us as individuals. Well, that's the thing, Senpai, right? You cannot use determinism or the lack of free will as a way to excuse personal responsibility. And that's when it gets really rough, ethically speaking. Because obviously you have to have people face the consequences of their actions, right? But if you don't really believe in free will, then they were fundamentally not responsible. It's just a consequence of everything that happened to them. But you can't just you can just forget and forgive. You still have to, you know, on the off chance that free will exists, you have to make sure you punish people for their actions. Or at least have them face the consequences. That's incredibly cruel. There's no alternative though, right? But yes, I agree. I agree, it's fucked up. There's an alternative, re-evaluating how you define free will. The problem here is how I define it doesn't change what is or isn't true, if that makes sense. So regardless of how I define free will, there's still a chance that it doesn't exist, right? And that's sort of the, you know, that's sort of the hard part about this is there's always a chance that we're doing something very wrong by applying personal responsibility to someone's action. Like fundamentally ethically wrong. But there's no alternative to that fact itself, right? We can only sort of make ourselves feel better about it if we like we tell ourselves that, you know, free will is a thing for sure, right? But there's no, again, like it's What's up, Karma? But yeah, I think ultimately that's why we can't... You can't reduce those things to... Well, reduce. I don't think it's reducing, actually. You can't always look at all those things from a philosophical standpoint. It's going to become impossible to... It's becoming impossible. You can't create a system on something so hard to demonstrate, right? So we have to assume that we have to do what we can do best. Yeah, basically, Q. I mean, that's the point, right? That we were talking about is that there's so many ways to define it that it's hard to find one definition that's going to work for everyone. The way I personally defined it, right, earlier was free will exists if everything that leads to that very point right now is the same, but there's potential for me to make two different decisions. If that is true, and it's obviously impossible to demonstrate, because time is, from our perspective, linear, then free will exists. If not, then it doesn't. That's the simplest way in which I can summarize, you know, how I consider free will. Vanilla or chocolate? Vanilla? I think chocolate is more intense. But I think sometimes I will not want chocolate. I will always want vanilla. How about both? No? I actually went for groceries yesterday, like, well, before bed in the morning. And I got some stracciatella ice cream. Delicious. Well, I mean, that doesn't prove anything, though, Rian King, right? Because it didn't. You don't know, we don't know that there was ever a potential for him to actually do it, right? The hesitation, the second guessing, the fence sitting, all of it is part of the process. It's part of that chain of consequence. Again, if you look at it from a deterministic point of view, right? It's all part of it. But the outcome was always going to be the same one. That's the problem. We can't prove otherwise, because we can't go back and run the same situation again. Even then, Sunrun, what if just the fact that there are several parallel universes, let's just assume it there is, maybe they're there because you're meant to have those two different things happening. It doesn't mean there's a choice. It means that each situation is there so that all situations can exist at the same time. It's still deterministic. Maybe, right? Again, like I'm just, you know, it's pure like thought exercise there, but we're getting into some real like metaphysical shit right there. Right? That's some shit right there. Anyway, all this to say, be good to one another, okay? Maybe you don't have a choice. I know, Naz. But still, maybe me saying it right now is what's gonna lead to someone. I didn't choose to say it, right? It's a consequence of everything that happened before, but maybe me saying it is gonna lead someone as a consequence to do something better. I don't know. Who knows? Or worse. Who the fuck knows? None of it is a choice anyway. I was always going to say that. Maybe, Naz. Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Amin? But here's the thing. Again, I was never not going to say that. So I'm not really responsible for it on a fundamental ethical level. Yeah, Cassie, sure. No, that's what I mean, though. I'm not using that as an excuse. That's the thing. That's what I'm always saying. I don't believe in free will. I don't think. I'm leaning more towards determinism. But I still very much strongly believe in personal accountability, which is very conflicting in my brain. Well, they aren't mutually exclusive on a systemic system, like on a from a systemic point of view, right? You have to have those systems working. Like it still works regardless. But I think, like, on a fundamental philosophical, ethical level, they are like they should be exclusive. But obviously, that's you can't. That's what I meant earlier, right? You can't build a system on that. It doesn't work. Why do some deviate and some do not? Because the consequence, the chain of actions happening leads them there, right? Determinism doesn't mean that there are some impulses here and there that lead to something changing. It means that everything is only a consequence of what came before. There's only one action. It's literally the universe, the beginning of existence. That's the one action. Existence starts to exist, even if there's even a start to that, depending on what the theories you want to subscribe to. That's the only action. Everything else is just a consequence. Cascading consequences. If you're conditioned to act one way, you should always follow that way. I mean, you don't control that, though. Other things happening can push you in a different direction. Something must have been before the action. Well, then we're talking, like, right now we're all the way back to the concept of existence itself. Did it start? That has nothing to do with free will anymore. It's just a question of, was there a beginning to existence? Or was it always there? I don't know. I don't think something can come out of nothing, so I think it must have always existed, but that's a very hard concept to accept, right? Because as human beings, we like when things have a beginning and an end. And we can't really understand something always being, right? But reality doesn't owe us to make sense. That is true, Brendan. Yeah. Here's the reassuring thought about all of this. We'll all be dead before we figure it out. We don't have to worry. We're never gonna get an answer. It does not matter. The only thing we can do is continue living thinking we have decisions to make and free will, right? And if we do, great, then if we actually do, if reality is we have free will, then we're doing our best, right? And if we don't, it does not matter. Because we'll never know. For sure. We'll never know for sure. So we have to keep going thinking we have decisions to make and actual influence on our lives. That's the only thing that matters. It's the only sort of positive way to live, I think. Do you think people are always trying their best? Question? That's an interesting one, yeah. I personally think so, yes. I've been a very big proponent of that. I think people are always trying their best. It's just that sometimes their best is just not very much. Even when you think, you have those moments where you're like, I know I could have done better, I just was lazy or whatever. Nah. That's you rationalizing. You actually did what you could. Whatever, Rian King. Anything. Yeah, no, absolutely, Brendan. Sometimes it's just not meant to be right now, right? The right now part being the most important part of that sentence. Yeah, goal. I agree. Ultimately, that's the point, and I think that's when, even if, you know, I've had that conversation with Naz in the past a lot. We do sometimes while we're watching, like you should see my, yeah, like I almost wish there was a recording of every wrestling call, Discord call I've had with Naz. It goes from the most random nonsense about wrestling or whatever to talking about video games to like some profound little bits of conversations here and there. Like you wouldn't believe the shit that sometimes comes out in those conversations. But that's, you know, we had a conversation once about that, and I think we fundamentally like have different beliefs on like free will and all that. But ultimately where we can agree, I think, is that it doesn't matter what the reality is. You have to proceed in life as if you had free will, right? That's the only way to sort of make sense of life. Otherwise you just, you know. Yeah, no, absolutely, Philanor. I agree. Yeah. And I think more to that point, I don't think there could ever be a definitive answer there. Because of the subjective nature of existence, right? But I understand what you're saying, but it's not even a thing we have to worry about. There's never going to be a conclusive answer. But if you're a psychopath and you don't know the difference between doing right or wrong, what is your best based on? Well, your best is based on what you're doing with what you are, right? If you're a psychopath, which I think is a pretty extreme example, but something is not working right in your brain, right? So as hard as it is to express in that way, you're still doing the best you can with what you have. Even if sometimes the best is murdering an innocent person, which is crazy, right? We can't base society on that, right? You can't make a law. You can like make a system of law and society based on that premise. It doesn't work. But philosophically speaking, I still think it's true, personally, right? I don't think that person could have done any better. But again, it loops back to the free will conversation, I think. Yeah. But I don't think we always... I think... I understand why that example, but I think always like sort of... That's what we tend to do in those conversations, right? We tend to veer towards extreme examples because we feel like they're highlighting the sort of like limitations of those thoughts, right? I don't think that's necessarily the best way to proceed. F? Okay, I didn't drop any frames, so it must be on Twitch's side. No F? Could be a local thing? Yeah. Yeah, it must be a region thing, yeah. Yeah, maybe that... Yeah, similar regions, yeah. That's why I figured, yeah. Little relay thing, I guess, yeah. All good. They're not trying to be good or bad, they just are. Yeah, well, that's exactly it, right? Sorrow, that's the point. Everyone's trying to do their best, they just... everyone trying to do their best doesn't have to do anything to do with is it good or bad, right? It has nothing to do, I think, with ethics there. I think it's more to the point of we're doing what we can, I guess, at all times. And I understand why you're like bringing that to like a moral discussion. I don't think it has to be, though. Hmm. What do you say to someone who gave up on life? I don't know. I get it. No, I was gonna say I'm sorry you were let down by whatever let you down. It could be people, could be something else. Explain to them that the people that let them down couldn't do better, so they were right to just give up. That's the whole problem of all of this, right? And again, why, even though I don't believe in, even though I believe in determinism, I still believe in personal accountability. Because you can't not. It's too much of a slippery slope. It's one of those cases that even if I don't believe in it, I have to force myself to. I have to act as if it did exist. Because it's the only way that makes sense. Which, you know, for some people would be proof enough that it does exist. That sort of... There's a fundamental sort of drive to force yourself to act as if it did, right? But that goes all the way down to faith and beliefs, right? Not so much reality, unfortunately. Man, this was a... That was one hell of a fucking conversation right there. I feel... My brain feels tired. Whew. I'm like sweating over here. Head about to explode, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, me too, Iron Core. Which is why, you know, when that question pops up in chat, I'm not trying to give advice or anything. I don't think I can. I'm just trying to show empathy, I guess. So. Alright, I'm gonna open the window, I think. I should probably open my window. It's getting pretty warm in here. And then I'm going to proceed with the game. Because we've been sitting here for like 2 hours at this point. What's up, MK? How are you doing? I'm sorry everyone who was super excited to see me proceed in the game. It turns out... turns out today was more of a... conversation stream, I guess. So far, at least. We're gonna make some progress, don't worry. Okay, no rain tonight. Great. Beautiful. But, what's up, Timmy? Those are the best streams, though? I mean, for some people, I'm sure. Not for everyone, but... for those who expect more gameplay, your time will come in a minute. After I open my window. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hold on, something's not working. I'll be right back. Okay, I think we're back. Hello. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, that Twitch app is being weird. I've heard that maybe they were... I've heard someone mention that they were maybe going back on it. But I haven't seen evidence of it. So I don't know where that information came from, but... Yeah, I mean, honestly, Naz, I wish I was watching a hot tub stream right now. I'm jealous.
Stuff the chip, the battery pack, and the gel into the power suit.
I don't get you people. I understand that you know, humor doesn't. Yeah, you don't understand it. I Yeah, the new app does apparently, Credo. I've never had it happen to me, but a lot of people did.
This is crazy.
Don't worry, it'll work.
It doesn't mean it's not crazy. I've had it happen twice just this stream. Now that's crazy. Colette. There's no value to potentially hurt people in tubs existing? The discussion. Oh, I disagree with that. Regardless if I'm interested in the content or not, I disagree that there's no value in it. It's corking it, right, Sunrun? It's like a it's a twisty lock, right? Yeah. Interesting, Colette. Yeah. I've had something happen today with the mobile app. I was watching Brendan, and suddenly I reduced him in PIP for whatever reason. And I started hearing another stream in the background. Which wasn't anywhere on my screen. It was very strange. So I was hearing two streams at once. Yeah, Bruxus, for sure. Again, like I've heard, like someone mentioned on a stream sometimes that apparently they were going back on it, but I looked for like actual official information. I didn't find anything. I don't know if anyone has any actual information about that. That'd be great, but I think it may just have been misunderstanding.
Make sure it's all bunched together with the structure gel connecting all the parts. All right, try activating the suit from the terminal again.
Never mind, it didn't turn to lock it in. Scratch that, Sunrun. I don't know what's going on with this. With the twisty there. That was strange.
I need you to activate the power suit from the terminal.
D, like Daniel.
I can't believe we're doing this.
It will be fine.
Then why don't we put you in the suit?
I was gonna suggest that if you refused.
You'd go without me.
I need to do this, Simon. This is important. I need to launch the Ark.
You'd really do it? Change body?
Yes, if you want to stay here, I'm not gonna stand in your way. I don't want to tell you what to do.
What would it be like before? Close my eyes and then...
And then open them again.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you, Simon. Go sit in the pilot seat in the next room. You might need to boot it up.
That's the thing, though. I don't think that's what's gonna happen. And yes, from the perspective of the thing in the suit, it will. The suit's gonna wake up, and my consciousness and all my memories will be there. But me, in that seat, will still be there. Now I'm really curious how the game's gonna deal with that. Now that's an interesting thought. Is my perspective gonna shift to the one in there, or am I gonna stay who I am? That's really interesting. Okay, here goes nothing, I guess. This is familiar.
We need to loop back the activity manifested by your current Cortex chip, run it through the amplifier, feed it into the new chip, and then make sure it's synced.
You lost me halfway there.
You don't really need to understand it, just make them line up.
No, I want to understand it. Please, explain. This glass pint I've been using as my coffee cup just exploded on its own. Was there hot coffee in there? Because a lot of glass is not made to sustain temperature. Was it empty? What? Yeah, but was it filled at any point, like earlier, or? Sometimes maybe it can take a while, right? If it was just sitting there empty for hours, then that's really weird. Yeah. Yeah, that's strange, Stoner. Huh. Yeah, maybe it just cracked it enough and then, I don't know, something with the pressure just happened now. Oh, I'm changing the... I thought I was changing the dotted one. There you go. That is true, Stoner, yep.
That's everything. You can climb into the pilot seat now.
Already?
I have everything under control, so please, have a seat. Go sit in the pilot seat.
Yeah, 1 second.
Stop messing around and sit down in the pilot seat.
Okay, now that you've said that, I am going to mess around. There. Okay, whatever.
Sorry about any discomfort. This should be over soon.
It's like having your picture taken.
But with the most expensive camera in the world.
You know, Indian stock photos would steal their souls.
In this case, they'd be right.
That sounded familiar.
There must be something wrong. Can't you run a diagnosis or something?
Yep. There it is.
What was that?
No, it just...
Why was it still talking?
It's the same like before.
Catherine, why was he still talking?
That's how it works, you know that.
What do you mean?
You know it's not magic. You were copied. The sleeping Simon in the seat was copied, and now you are here, just like Simon lived on in Toronto.
God damn you, Kath. 2 Simons? There can't be 2 Simons.
What did you think would happen?
That you were gonna take my mind and put it into another body, like a brain transplant.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't work that way.
You realize how messed up this is?
Please, I didn't mean to upset you.
How did you expect me to react to this shit?
Please stop.
You're fucking disgusting. What's gonna happen to him?
He'll sleep for a while, a few days.
And then what? Wake up in this fucking nightmare again? All alone? So cruel.
Well, what do you want me to do with him? Make friends? Let him know that we have to leave him behind when we go into the abyss?
What if he didn't need to wake up?
You'd do that?
I don't know. Maybe.
There. I set it up for you. Hit the switch if you want to drain his battery. He'll die within a minute. I'd rather not stay plugged in any longer.
What's up, Risa? Risa, you should probably not watch any of this. Alright, bye, Risa. Yeah, Bruxus. It's interesting because I sort of I expected that this was what was gonna happen. So this is it's interesting. Obviously, it could have gone differently, but that was very much on my radar, right? So I'm like, you know, it's fun to see it happen, but it's like, yeah. Yeah, Bruxus. Very cool how they did it. I remember being frustrated with the writing and sound characters at this point. What do you think of his reaction? I don't know. I think this is one of those situations where the player feels more informed than the character, right? Maybe Simon's just not that smart. He clearly didn't think about what was gonna happen, right? I think he's also in a situation, you know, like there may be some... He's still in a very confusing situation for himself, right? He's living through that thing, so I guess it's easier for him to just miss things, maybe. He's the bozo from Toronto, yeah. It has brain damage. No, I mean, obviously, you know, based on the information we have, it makes sense that this is what happens, but... I think it would have been less of an interesting sort of twist for let's imagine players who didn't expect that this was a possibility, right? Because they've looked around the game a little bit less, or they didn't think about it, or whatever. You have to think about those players, right? And for them, having a character that also didn't see it coming is more interesting. If the character was like, oh yeah, no, I know what's gonna happen, but it sucks or whatever, like the player's gonna feel a bit left behind, right? What's up, Victimize? Yeah. I mean, there is some truth in the fact that Catherine, you know, the vocabulary she's been using was certainly, she could have been clearer with the word choices, right? But yeah, I think it's fine. In general, I think it's better if the character feels a little less informed than you are as the player, rather than the other way around. Because that can feel frustrating for players. Did I miss something, or who's that? Oh, that's us. That was the previous me, I guess. Yeah. We just got our brain copied to a different machine. What I'm gathering is Catherine is a hoe. I don't know, maybe. Alright, let's see. That was a time for a little thinking there. Hold on. My immediate leaning is towards draining the battery. Right? Like, it was almost an instinctive reaction. It was like, yeah, I'm just gonna drain the battery. Because what is there for him here? Right? Obviously, it's not that simple, but I'm psychotic. How are you doing today? Am I doing my best with this decision? Made Dalgona coffee for the first time today. Currently enjoying the hell out of it. What is Dalgona coffee? Whipped coffee? Masochistic coffee. Yeah, still, I don't really know what whipped coffee means. What's up, Shazar? How are you doing today? So this is an interesting moment from a game design perspective in terms of choice. I feel like, for me personally, but that's just me, right? The choice should have happened before. I should have been able to choose if I wanted to copy myself in the machine, because I expected this was gonna happen, right? So that was the real moment of choice for me. But now that I've accepted, because I didn't have a choice, that I've accepted the transfer, I feel like the only reasonable choice is to drain the battery. Because again, like what's this Simon going to do after he wakes up, right? I mean, ultimately, the interesting part is, what am I going to do, even as I'm continuing the journey? we're going down there and then we're potentially sending the Ark to save humanity or whatever. Or preserve whatever's left of humanity. And then what? We're still in the dead world when there's nothing to do. It's death anyway, right? Ultimately, it's just we're in a sort of limbo right now. It's not like there's a good outcome for all this. Unless Catherine offers us to be able to... Well, I mean, not even that, but... I was gonna say upload ourselves in the Ark, but... There's another Catherine, right, that already went down there. There's probably already a copy of her on the Ark itself. Yeah, I don't know. The only, like, potential, the only potential good outcome... I'm deleting that credo for people who haven't played the game. It is, but, you know. Like, I'm wondering if ultimately I'm given a choice of being uploaded to the Ark or not. But what if that's a choice I'm being given later? Obviously, you would think, well, let's do it, because at least there's a version of me that's gonna survive out there, I guess. But it doesn't really matter for my current state of consciousness. Just like this thing right now that I used to be and play as doesn't care about what, you know, like it doesn't care that I'm able to survive and move on right now, because it's still gonna stay there and potentially die. Alright, senpai, have a good night. Have a good rest of your day. Well, that's the thing, Bruxus. We're the same person, technically. But no, we're not. And that's the whole point. The moment I start, that's what we were saying yesterday, the moment I start existing as a different entity, everything changes. Even though we have the exact same memories and everything. The moment I start existing as a different entity, it's all entirely different. I'm a different person. And I'm still, if I'm draining the battery, I'm still technically killing someone else. You have the ultimate insight into what you think that person would want. To a certain extent, that's true, but I feel like the fact that, regardless of my decision, I'm surviving, I'm not facing the direct consequence of that choice, I think changes a lot, right? Like, it is a huge factor, I feel. Like, obviously, you know, like, oh, well, what if I was sitting in a chair and I could make the choice, what would I do, right? But I really can't find any reason not to drain the battery. I've been approaching this from, like, my first instinct being draining the battery, and I've been trying to convince myself internally not to do it, and I can't find any proper reason to. Like, if I'm in that situation and you're like offering me the situation of like, okay, there's no escape. You can't go further and you can't go back. There, you know what's out there. There's nothing else. You can sit on that chair, go to sleep, and that's it. Do I take that offer? Probably, right? Because it's not even like... It's not even a situation where you're like, there's maybe hope of rescue or whatever, right? That is all there is. We've seen it. There's nothing else. I think it's a pretty peaceful way to go, all things considered. What's up, Kimmy? What's up, Gabras? Who will live on if you pull the plug? Well, does anyone need to? Do you call this living? Stuck in that little corner there, and there's nothing else to do? There's no eating, there's no drinking, there's no... nothing. Just existing there until the end of time, like all those bodies that we've seen everywhere. I want to ask a question, but it's a little dark. You can go for it, Brandon. I don't think that would be a problem. I knew it the second you picked up the box. I had to try. If you were in that position, would you rather pull the plug yourself or have someone pull it for you? I don't know, Brandon. I don't know. Hey, UC Tub. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's a great video game. Have fun. Thanks for stopping by. So, I think, Brendan, that the weak part of me would rather have someone else do it. But I feel like I have a responsibility to do it myself, I guess. Oh shit! Well simulated physics there. Would you put boxes on other people's head IRL? Wouldn't you like to know? Huh? Ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. Did you never learn that? Old Simon. He went peacefully. I feel like Mill Simon is the least likely to be remembered. There's a chance he's the one that's gonna spend the least amount of time alive. Although maybe our current Simon is not gonna last very long. Who knows? The best part of this choice is that it means you bought into Sarang's continuity. I don't think so, no. I disagree with that. Sarang's continuity was that if you kill yourself the moment your copy gets activated, you transfer your consciousness into it. Which I never believed, and I still don't. The only motivation behind that choice is I'm not letting someone suffer forever behind, because, you know, you will wake up thinking you did, which is interesting. Well, that's the principle of it, right? That's what we've been talking about since we learned about that continuity thing, is that the copy is gonna feel like there's continuity, right? But you, as the starting individual, will never get to experience that, right? But the copy itself, the copy will always get the feeling of continuity. But it is technically a new entity that's just being born right now, right? The memories are just... It's a very strange thought, right? The memories just... And I think yesterday we got into this conversation, and by extension, you know, like... There's a way you could look at you as a human being as you're constantly existing. Like you're constantly coming back to existence at every instant that passes. And all your memories, nothing of your memory, nothing that's in your memory still exists, right? It's all past, it's all gone instantly as time moves forward. So in reality, you're not that different from this sort of thing that gets activated, right? The memories are still what defines you as an individual, I guess. But I guess the physical barrier is what sort of like, you know, I don't think that's, at least personally, that's not what I got at all from Sarang's journal and recordings. Whether he believed in it or not, I don't know. But he certainly, you know, his words were very literal, that you had to die at the moment the consciousness, the other consciousness gets activated. And only then can continuity happen. That was, and still is, my understanding of Sarang's theories, right? He believed in something that that doesn't seem to be possible at all. I don't think there's I personally, from what I've heard and read of Sarang in the game so far, there's no quotation marks around the transfer thing. Like, it's... He really thought that somehow... That I even remember we read his journal or listened to his recording in his room, right? And there was that moment where I was like, oh, you know, you scrubbed over the part where you explain how the transfer happens, right? Because otherwise there's no need for you to kill yourself, especially not at the moment of activation. Like, it wouldn't matter when you kill yourself, right? If it was just a matter of only one needs to exist or can exist. And I don't think, you know, I don't think the proposition of, well, you gotta kill yourself and then you're gonna stop living, but don't worry, like another version of you out there is gonna exist, right? You're still gonna be dead though. That wouldn't be a very interesting proposition. So now, while I think there's a chance that Sarang didn't fully believe in his own, you know, theories, he definitely, personally himself, didn't believe. It feels like he really, truly believed that if you killed yourself at the right moment, you would very much transfer, but I think Sarang believed in the existence of an external soul, but that the soul could only inhabit one form of that sort of physical like that physical consciousness that built out of memories, right, out of a network of electrical connections and all that. And I think his point was that for the consciousness to be able to transfer, you need the recipient of the consciousness to be exactly the same as the one you're leaving, which is why it was so important that the change was made at the exact moment, right? You need to kill yourself at the exact moment where the other one gets activated, because you want your soul to be able to connect with what is at that moment still exactly you, right? Before you start existing and building different memories and thus becoming a different person, right? It's almost as if Sarang believed that the soul gets created out of that state of existence, of living. And so if you manage to steal that soul spot before it's born, then you can get to continue, right? That's what I always understood it as. It was a very spiritual, like, take on the whole process. Which, and here's the funny part, for all we know could still be true, by the way. Because Simon didn't kill himself when I was activated, right? He was still there and I killed him myself. Well, as the, you know. So for all we know, Sarang may be correct. Simon just failed to kill himself at the right time. But that is accepting a very spiritual understanding of the soul, right? As being a thing that exists outside of the physical vessel. Sarang was a cult leader? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much a mass suicide type situation. It's most interesting that some of these rational scientists started going more on faith than logic. Yeah, I guess that, you know, hard, tough situations definitely can lead to that. Yeah. It reminds me a lot of Lost. Like, I don't want to get too much into the details because of the show's nature, like for people who haven't seen it, but there's a lot of that in Lost, right? Like the faith versus science opposition. And it's very interesting that the you know, I think one of the main characters' most interesting arc is going from a man of science to a man of faith, and I think that's a very interesting sort of progression. All right. Time to move on, I guess. very dark in here. Oh man, I think the game just wants me to take a leap there, which is fucking terrifying. How are you today, DJ? Good to see you. There's certainly been much worse metaphysical discussions on Twitch than this channel. Yeah, I think we're doing okay. We're doing okay. I like those conversations. Yeah, not a. I was sort of expecting something a little more gentle, like a machine or something, but no, she just really wants us to just jump down there, I guess. Instead of leap of faith is yeet of faith. Iron Core, have a good one. Hope you have a good night. I feel like this channel is always on the border of cancellation. Wait, what? Why would I be on the border of cancellation? That's a crazy take. Did my recordings of Daniel leak? I mean, we never, like, we never... I'm not talking about the what Nazral just said, but on the channel, I feel like I'm never flirting with anything remotely cancelable. I don't know. We're only suppressing conservatives. That's not true, by the way. Just the ones that are clearly losing their mind. You know, spewing the far-right shenanigans. That sort of stuff I have no patience for. If you're capable of being a reasonable human being, I don't care about your political alignments. We'll probably get along just fine. Pro level fence sitting? You should have been there when we played Disco Elysium. Okay, nice. Brendan just created a monster. I hate it. I feel like I'm gonna hear that a lot in the next few fucking weeks. according to a lot of the internet, being a fence sitter makes one a fascist. Well, I mean, I do think there's merit to the idea that not taking a stance can sometimes equate to agreeing with the more intolerant and oppressive ideologies out there, right? Because there are unfortunately some things that you need to stand against so that they can't take control. If you're just sitting out and being like, oh, I don't know, you know, you're sort of facilitating that. So I think that's maybe the point there, right? Yeah, Cassie, I get that. I understand. But I think it depends also how you define being in the middle, right? I don't think being in the middle means you don't have an opinion or a stance on certain things, right? And I'm going to take an extreme example to illustrate that, but I think you can be in the middle and still feel like, I don't know, discriminating against people because of their race is a bad thing, right? And stand against that. And not being like, well, you know, I don't know, I'm not on either side there, I'm just going to sit this one out. Like, by doing that, I think it's easy to see how you're sort of allowing intolerance to spread, right? It's that paradox of intolerance, right? Some issues have a lot of nuance, others don't. Yeah, I agree with that. There are a few things that I can range on, but I can tend to see both sides of the argument. And that's sort of what I meant by, as long as you're being reasonable, I don't care which way you lean, that doesn't matter, right? Because there's a lot of reasonable conversations to be had about a lot of things, right? Like Dax said, there's a lot of nuance in a lot of things, but I feel like there's sometimes, there are lines, at least that I personally feel very strongly about, where you have to be able to take a stance there. And you can still be in the middle while doing that, right? Tolerating ideas doesn't equate tolerating people, just difficult to separate. Yeah, I mean, I think the difficulty here is that ideas only come from, like, out of people, right? I understand that they become their own thing, right? And there's definitely something to be said about systems versus individuals. I guess the way I'm looking at it is, you can act on people, you can't act on ideas, if that makes sense, right? Maybe, Cassie, yeah? I don't know. Yeah, Anktar. I mean, this is obviously what I define by reasonable is going to be different for everyone, right? And that's okay, right? But if we're pulling back the conversation a little bit, because like it feels like we're, you know, talking about like broad, sort of general ideas right now. But if we're going back to the origin of the conversation, which is, you know, someone making a joke about the channel being cancelable or whatever, like the interesting part about this, at least from my perspective, in this specific context of having a Twitch channel, is I get to decide, right? And that's pretty good. I get to, like, ultimately my determination of what is reasonable or not is what's gonna matter. I get to decide who I want to accept and who I want to not accept. And we've had the situation recently with, you know, someone that we had to exclude from the community because it felt like it was someone who wasn't gonna belong here. And I wasn't doing it for anyone else but me. Right? I wasn't doing it for anyone else but me. Maybe, Melon, but I also think it's... And it goes also to the point that Naz was... What Naz is saying, right? Making your opinion or identity and all that. In a way, in many cases, I feel like... And maybe I'm wrong there, but I feel like it's a privilege to be able to dissociate yourself from your opinions and ideologies and to sort of... It's a privilege to be able to have more nuance in your life. Some people, unfortunately, are not in a situation where that's doable. Because of context, because of the situation they find themselves in, because of survival, because of, you know... And so, I try to remind myself that I'm not blaming them as a person. Or, you know, even if the case of someone maybe, to sort of always try to anchor that into a context, which is this Twitch channel, for instance. Even if I have to exclude someone because I don't want them and their ideas to be here, I'm not gonna sort of ultimately blame them as an individual. I think it's just a failure of education and context around them, right? But I don't know. Obviously, everyone's different. So. Yeah, no, I get that, Naz. It's just, I guess it's just me being eternally optimistic about people and thinking that people are not stupid, they're just misguided. But I do like Enktar's analogy. I think it's a very interesting one. What's up, Noger? No. Not we. I don't even know how we got there. Oh yeah, just like a random conversation about fence sitting on, you know. Someone mentioned the channel was always on the brink of being cancelable, and I was disagreeing with that. I feel like I'm nowhere near, but. Yeah, Dax. I feel like someone telling you that you're overthinking something is often a way to dismiss your feelings or opinion, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to stall the fact that I have to jump into the dark there. DJ gets me. I don't know, I'm a little scared. That's okay, the internet's not the place for real convo. I'm fighting against that idea, Captain Dax. One stream at a time. Whether successfully or not, I don't know. But I'm fighting against that idea. But I know what you mean. In the greater sense of internet, social media, etc. Yes, it's very much a piss poor context for reasonable discourse and conversation. We have talks about controversial topics a lot. Do we though? I don't know. I get. Yes, I think you're right. Politics, religion, whatever, are very often considered controversial topics. That's why a lot of channels have rules against those topics, right? Because they tend to be difficult to navigate, and they tend to lead to a lot of like resentment and emotions, and you know. I was just always okay with it. I was okay with. I feel like I can shoulder the you know, sort of the responsibility of navigating and moderating a conversation that touches on those things. I also feel like everyone, at least in my community, I feel like most people are doing a great job at either, you know, being reasonable in those conversations and appreciating nuance and all of that, or at least sitting out of it, right? We rarely have situations where people lose their shit and it starts getting bad. Even if we disagree, right? Like, it feels like everyone's just like, yeah, you know, it's fine to discuss, and that's it. And also, I trust that if at some point I don't feel like I have the capacity to keep moderating or talking about a certain topic, I can just verbalize that and be like, listen, you know what, I can't, we can't continue that conversation right now. I don't feel like I have the energy to sort of navigate it. And as the one with the mic, I'm the one that's responsible for that, right? As the one with the mic, I'm responsible for sort of directing the conversation, I guess, if that makes sense. Not that my opinion matters more, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm still responsible for it, like for facilitating those conversations, I guess. So if I don't have the capacity to do it, I need to be able to say, okay, like, not today, and then I trust that everyone's gonna accept that, and we'll just move on, right? I've never had a situation like that go wrong, I don't think, but. What's up, Smug Sauce? How are you doing? What's up? Yeah. Yeah, that's true, $10, yeah. That's true. But yeah, I mean, it seems, I don't know, I think it takes a lot of work invisible work over long periods of time to sort of create that community and that sort of like culture of being able to you know, talk about all those topics. And so I don't know, I don't feel like I can recognize that it's a lot of work, but I don't feel like I'm doing anything really special for that. It just feels like it's happening naturally. In large part to everyone in, you know, in chat being sort of contributing to it, right? Everyone's sort of in the same, we all have that same vision, I guess. We share that vision, and it's great that we can just create it. Charisma stat 100? I don't think that's true. Naz would certainly disagree. According to Naz, I do not have Riz, and I think he's correct, but low Riz, yeah. Yeah, maybe psychotic, right? Yeah. And that's okay, right? That's okay. Sometimes you just want to sit out and you don't particularly have an opinion, or you don't care, or whatever, and fine to just sit out and listen. But I think in part, and maybe I'm wrong there, psychotic, but I feel like it's also become, it's also because there's no like extreme outbursts in this community, not very often at least, right? If there were people, if people here were allowed to suddenly like express really extreme views, just like the example we had the other week, for instance, you would see a lot more people suddenly, like, I think, get in the fray and start getting excited, right? And that's what happened when that conversation happened. Like, I could see it in my stats on that stream. Like, it was crazy to look at the stats on that stream, how you get like relatively normal like engagement, and suddenly you get like those opinions that started coming out, and it's like poof, it peaked suddenly. Like, you could tell like people came out of the woodwork to react to those extreme opinions, right? That suddenly were spewed out. So I also think like more reasonable, like, you know, conversations tend to activate less engagement, which is why social media works on extreme opinions, by the way. It's all a fucking reward system. The more extreme your opinion, the more engagement you get, either people agreeing with you or fighting against you. That's how you get them to react. But that's not what I like to do, so I don't do that. No. Yeah, Naz. Yeah, what I tend to do in those cases is just I focus on one conversation out of whatever, like a lot's happening in chat sometimes, you know, side convos and all that. I tend to focus on like one angle of it. And that's going to be like the sort of, that's what I mean by navigating and moderating those conversations, right? You pick one and you sort of lean into it, and you try not to spread too much. And eventually I find a lot of conversation like tend to just sort of center on it, and the side conversations tend to just die out a little more quickly. And I don't know. Not really, Nogar, I don't think so. Yeah, Naz? Well, if someone is feeling ignored, I'm legitimately sorry. I'm trying to do my best. No, I'm gonna jump down. Like, there's no way I'm not jumping down. I cannot stall for an hour. That's not happening. I wish I could. Are you sure? Yep. I'm pretty much ready right now. I kind of want to see what's down there. Yeah, now I'm doing it on purpose, Naz. For the comedy of it, but... More people need to just listen. Really liking nowadays. Yeah, love a good listener. I like to try to be a better listener all the time, but... Guy that loves to talk a lot likes when people listen. Okay. I'm actually a pretty good listener, I think. I'm just often in context where I'm the one with the microphone. I need to talk, right? Like that's... I can't do anything else. Well, yeah, that's the thing, right, Sokaman? In this situation of a stream, at least, it's really not very, it's not a very balanced situation. But if I'm in a room with a bunch of people, I tend to be one of the silent ones, actually. Well, I mean, that's not happening on stream, that's for sure, Sunrun. Yeah. But you can come hang out with us when we play Street Fighter on Nasralla's Discord. It's become almost like a daily thing lately, so... But I also find that, you know, like, speaking about, you know, listeners, it can sometimes be, it's not always that easy to be in a conversation with someone who's more of a listener, because you kind of want to, you know, you kind of want to know more about them as well, but you feel intrusive if you ask too many questions. And sometimes you're like, well, I mean, I don't, you know, you it's not always easy to just sometimes shut up and sit here in silence. When you're comfortable enough with someone, that's fine, but at the beginning at least it can be a bit weird. Warren, that doesn't have to happen, Warren. It's totally fine. All right, let's go. This is very scary. This is kind of almost scarier than anything I've seen in Subnautica. I don't know, like the aesthetic of this game is a lot darker, right? What's up, Rainy? How are you doing today? Alright, let's go. Oh boy. Turns out that was not what I was supposed to do, I guess. Oh. What's up, Goose? I just... That was funny. That's really funny, Colette, yeah. Yeah, I felt like we, you know, we talked about like going down with a climber or whatever the name was, right? The vehicle. But I figured, hey, maybe I don't know, maybe I misunderstood what was happening. Now, that being said, if I don't know, if my suit is able to withstand the pressure, I should have been fine there. But maybe it's a matter of speed, like if you go down too fast, the pressure builds up too fast. I don't know. I've played the first Amnesia back when it released, Rainy, yeah. The very first one, all the way back in the day. I haven't played anything else, no, from them.
Are we done here?
Yeah,
Activate the climber, please.
sure thing.
Passenger 1. Technically 2, right? But...
Take a seat and we'll be off.
Have we figured out what happens when we die yet? Is that even possible? If there's some kind of afterlife, do you think my place is taken? The real me died like 100 years ago. Is there still room for me? And what about the Simon I killed at Omicron? What do you think, Catherine? Is there a heaven full of redundant copies of the same people? Is there someone up there who called me an imposter? It's dumb luck, right? That I woke up in the right body. I basically flipped a coin, and if I had called the wrong side, I'd be rotting away at Omicron. I mean, there's nowhere to know, right? You didn't hit the make sure Simon wakes up in the right body switch, did you? Not that you would know. I mean, he would still claim to be the right Simon.
Yeah, I mean, that's not how it works though, right?
Christ. This is awful. We did an awful fucking thing. And you wouldn't mind? Why would you? How could you know that it's not me, the me that I am, the same that I've always been? Please say something. I don't want to think. Please.
I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset you.
Say anything.
When I was little, I used to climb the stairs all the way to the top of the building. And I can still feel how I had to, tuck my arms so I could push the heavy steel door open. Well, the first time that I dared go up there, I stepped out onto the roof and watched the smog rise and fall over Taipei. I got all the way up to the corner ledge and, I felt the warm wind in my hair and the sun was setting and the streets below were shadowed by the tall buildings. The people pushing through the crowd flowed like paint from an artist's brush. Street food vendors filled the air with aromas of all my favorite foods. For a brief moment, I felt connected to the world in a way that I never had before. It was the most profound feeling of comfort and sense of belonging I could ever hope for. I really never felt the same way again, but I went up to the roof many times after. I'm not religious, but I can see why people would be. The privilege of being makes a strong case, at least every once in a while.
Do you still feel that sense of awe? Even like this?
Things are different, but we're still here.
What's the point of going on? Everyone's gone. All the people still left are digital copies trapped in computers at the bottom of the sea. We'll never be able to rebuild or reclaim what we were.
Are you really so unhappy being what you are, or is this about the man who went for a scan 100 years ago?
Both, I guess. When I was back in Toronto, even the worst case, the darkest futures I could predict, they at least included my previous life somehow. I feel so uprooted. There's nothing here that I recognize, nothing that makes me feel like I belong. Even if we make it to the Ark, would it be any different? I'd still be alone. No friends. No family.
You could make new friends. I'm sure everyone would like to know the time traveler. If not, you still have...
Oh shit.
Catherine? Kath? Hello, Catherine. What happened?
This was a really cool scene, by the way. It's interesting that, they're talking about making new friends in the Ark and everything. But you can't, though. Me, right now, who I am, will end. Even if I can upload myself in the Ark. It's still not going to be me. The one in the Ark is going to be a different one. What the hell? Look at those things. Should I not be picking up the Omni-tool? What the hell? My keyboard was not working there for a second. I was sort of stuck. Crazy.
Hey, I know it's not much, but why have we stopped moving?
The power blacked out for a moment. Think it could be the atmospheric pressure. It's pushing pretty hard, really testing the limits of my suit.
Don't worry, it should hold.
Comforting.
It will hold.
That's reassuring. I mean, we're pretty close, right? Yeah.
Does time freeze when you're not powered?
Time feels omitted more than needed.
What's the difference?
I don't feel like I'm being held back or hindered. And I don't have the opportunity to reflect on the time I'm missing. It's simply missing.
Sounds like sleeping without the dreaming.
Yes, but generally you anticipate when you're about to sleep, and there's a natural continuation since we tend to wake up where we went to sleep. My experience is more like an ever-changing moment that never really seems to find closure.
Sounds kind of like a movie being edited live.
I suppose so. I guess it sounds exciting, but it really keeps me activated to the point of exhaustion.
It's rough.
Could be worse. Could be a time traveler stuck in a body made from black goo.
That'd be the worst.
Okay.
Oh, good, you're back.
What happened?
Something dropped onto the cage. Knocks you right out.
It spoke to me.
Looked like a man, one of WoW's creatures. It just stared at you for a moment, then threw itself down the abyss.
It said it would make preparations. I don't like the sound of that.
It was very strange. I thought it was gonna kill you for sure. Glad it didn't.
Yeah, me too.
This sort of reminds me of
Looks like we're closing in on the ocean floor.
Good, not sure the climber can take it much longer. Okay, so this is the Omega Sector. It's about an acre of the abyssal plan used by Pathos 2. I expect we'll have to do some walking before we reach town.
You haven't been here before?
Not in a way that'll help us.
Right, the other you has been here. We're following your own footsteps, Kat.
When I had footsteps,
You could still be down here somewhere, technically.
don't remind me, freaks me out. Alright, let's head for town and find that arc.
Oh yeah, that freaks you out, but I'm supposed to be okay with what happened at Omicron just before? I feel like Catherine is a bit of a fucking hypocrite, but... So I was gonna say the sort of setup of the game there with, you know, us progressing towards a goal where we're supposed to do like something great for humanity or whatever, and then there's this weird creature on the way that used to be a person that sort of, you know, went crazy or something. Kind of reminds me of Sunshine, if you've seen the movie. I'm obviously not gonna go into the details because spoilers, but it's sort of I'm seeing like parallels in those two stories. Man, Sunshine was such a great movie. Holy crap. I need to watch it again. What the fuck? Lumar link needed to call climber. Area unsafe, stay close to the lights. What is so unsafe about it? Maybe I should know, right? What the fuck is going on down there? Is there like volcanic activity or something? Nope. I feel like I'm being attacked by a mosquito. Hold on. My chair's struggling. I need to do something real quick. I have one of my chair's armrests is being screwy. It's very annoying. I think I'm gonna have to replace it soon-ish. Charity stream? I don't know about that. Yeah, I've had this one for, what, 4 years? I think it may be time for me to get a new one soon. Oh, more, well, yeah, 4.5 years. Alright, so that was in 2103 in August. Sample collection, physical checkups. And then departure 7 hours later. Tau evacuation like a month after that. Departure failed. And then that's the ARC crew, right? In December. The day after Christmas, in fact. And then a remote departure that brought it back up. Yeah. And that's about it. And now us. That's the operating cabin, I think. Power relay, service station, storage. Power relay, service station, storage.
Tau? Come in, Tau. Please answer, Tau. Nothing. It's dead.
Let's move out. We'll try the next one.
So as they came down there, nothing was really responding to them. As if the place was already, you know, gone dark. Which, if I'm getting my timeline right, is after Ross came back up, right? Like the body of Ross and then all that stuff that happened. Warning, faulting activity, strong torrents expected. So we're at the climber station. We need to go all the way to the observatory and the TVSD, whatever that is. And the sounds are apparently because something's breaking down there. Fault lines activating and all. Yeah, this is great. No, good shit. Oh. I scared myself.
Stick to the lamplights. They won't go near them. I can't, Valglasser. It's important I reach Omicron. Our future depends on it. Calm down. Let's just follow the path. If I die, I need you to tell Julia Dahl that the WoW is out of control. She needs to get to Sarang. He'll know what to do. Raj, you can tell them yourself. We just need to pick up the pace, okay? Glass! We lost the path! We need to go back! I know where to go. Come on. It's over there! The light is over there! Final push, Raj. Almost there. We just...
Oh, that's awesome. What a way to go. Yeah, nice. Sure. Blue leads to Tau, red leads to the climber. Pretty cool. That's neat. Sucks to be red-blue colorblind. Well, yeah. Why, game? Why? Why do we have to do this again? I guess I never stopped playing Subnautica. This got really intense there for a second. Holy crap. I wish I felt safer in that building, but most of those buildings are just like wide open. They don't feel very, like, you don't feel very protected in them. And it's a little something. We have walls, right? So. Ugh. Just had a little spasm there. Oh. Anima illuminating artificial lure, under 20 pieces, 80 pieces, dried squid, fish flake, frozen minnows, upo, mushroom extract, plankton stock, powdered cassava, powdered eggs, live bait tank, small, large, all empty. Okay. Mission logs. Observation 134. Dried squid 1 kilograms, 60 pieces of Anima LAL, Quad HDR low lumina, frilled shark 150 centimeters, rare shark approached the luminous lure, circled around to eat the dried squid, unlikely that it frequents this depth, an anomaly, glasser. Atlantic blue marlin, 42 kilos, 40 pieces of Anima. Giant squid 120 centimeters. Mental, the size of a man. 170 to 2 meters. Estimated length of the whole thing, 10 to 12. Frantic attack tore the marlin apart. As soon as we turned on the lights, it quickly fled the area. Clearly another specimen affected by the leaking structure gel. Partially covered in scales, newly formed bone structure protruding to the mental. Okay, so all these like creatures, fishes, underwater creatures are getting affected by the gel. Target unknown, 40 centimeters. This creature disfigured by the gel are manic and will attack anything. Still hard to determine how WoW has affected their behavior beyond their apparent aggression and affinity with the light. Creatures seem to hunt something particular, something not present in this ecosystem. Wow. Okay. So those things are bouncing back like crazy in terms of population. Interesting. Oh boy. Oh no! I can't go back up. Am I supposed to go in that direction? Like, what the hell? Hold on. Blue leads to Tau, red leads to Climber. Yeah, but there's no blue lights anymore. I'm not seeing any more blue lights. Are those blue lights far away there? I don't know. I guess I'm just following the cable at this point. Okay, that's a blue light, I guess, right? Okay, it is. Good. This is a very hostile environment. I do not feel safe. I don't know where to go! What the fuck? Also, I don't see any blue lights anymore. Like, I'm just not sure where to go. Oh, there it is. Dude, this is so fucking tense. I hate it. Dude, what the fuck? Holy Jesus. Ugh.
Can you hear this? Anyone there?
This is Tau. Who is this?
This is Ian Peterson of Theta calling. I got a team with me and we're about half a kilometer from Tau.
What? How did... You came in the climber?
Listen, we're having a really hard time with this sector. Heavy turbulence is making it difficult to move forward, and the wildlife you got is absolutely rabid.
The storm comes and goes. The instruments show the weather is relatively fair right now. You should move out as soon as possible. Stick to the lights. The critters should leave you alone.
All right, you heard the man. We're moving out, people. Tau, keep the doors unlocked. We're coming in.
Garage. Can I... Hold on. Can I get in there? A smidge of Riz. I'll take that, Naz. Thank you. Innkeeper Stalin and Raska is dumb. Yes. Very much so. It's a stupid combo. It's not that great, right? But like it really sucks in, especially in best of one when it hits. Yeah. If you find yourself in a position where you can't do anything about it, it's just so frustrating. Yeah, no, I get it, yeah. There's even a version of that deck that plays pretty much a classic Golgari mid-range that can win on its own, and then you get that as a secondary win condition. It's unreal. Which may be the one you're facing, right? But... Yeah. Or playing, yeah. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. Of course you are. You're a monster. Okay, I think I have to use the panel outside to control something here. I'm just... Ugh. This whole thing is terrifying. I hate being out there. I don't know, there's something scary about the sort of underwater storm we're in. Oh yeah, no, this is fantastic. I'm not terrifying at all. Oh my god, dude. The lighting here is incredible, by the way. Holy crap. What the fuck? Oh my god. Dude, I'm having visions. Where am I supposed to go? The game just ditched me. What the hell? That's kind of a dick move. I'm not... What? I don't think that's the way. Yeah, I'm seeing the flares. Oh, thank God. Oh! What the fuck? Okay, I do not like this one bit. Oh my lord. Now I feel like shit's crawling on me. Maybe if I turn my light off, it's gonna feel less threatening because I don't see them. Okay, I know I'm supposed to not go that way, but I'm just curious. Okay, you know what? Hold on. There's a flare here. Underwater flamethrower, yeah. Ugh. How dare you, DJ? You think you trust people, and then they go, you know, they turn around and do that. I wanna... Okay, there's a sick part of me that wants to explore this place a little bit more. Oh, that's the same. Okay, nice. In some places where fossil fuel companies were doing sand fracking, local water supplies did in fact become flammable. You could light the water coming out of your kitchen sink tap. Well, I don't care for that. God, we were good in that cavern with all the spider. Actually, you know what? No. Okay, I'll take the ocean, I guess. God, I hate this. There's no way there wasn't a better system than this to access the station. Come on, guys. A vehicle, something on rails. Like, Jesus, this is madness. Oh my God. I'm seeing things. I hate this so much. Bit of reprieve. Oh, jeez.
Never been happier to be inside. Let's find the Ark.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. This is the most relieved I've ever felt in this game, I think, right now. Oh, jeez. Ugh. That was terrifying. Like, that whole segment under there, like, I'm still, like, I'm not feeling very good right now. Ugh. Ugh. Quite the weather outside, yeah, I mean. Now what? Right, what craziness are we about to experience here? Oof, I'm still having like cold like shivers, you know, like the kind of cold shivers you get when you're a bit on edge. Dude, Bruxes, I can't. No, like no way. Like I'm not. Ugh. I'm clearly not made for this. Now I will say, you know, like again, you know, imagine getting there with like a transport and maybe you just live inside the, you know, the being inside the station seems okay. Well, you know, assuming there's no like killer monsters and all that, right? But just like the life in the station, if everything's going well. But like the in between segments like that, and just like walking on the water and all that, nah. Now you put me in a vehicle and you drive, you know, sail to wherever we need to go. Like I'm not, I'm not walking. Screw that. But yeah, in general, I don't think I would love to be underwater in a submarine or whatever. Anything goes wrong, you're toast. No. This is what Americans will endure for healthcare, right? Yeah, I mean, I guess so, right, DJ? If I'm one of the last humans alive, maybe. Nah, if I'm one of the last humans alive, I'm sorry to be dark, but if I'm the last human alive, I'm not anymore. I'm just saying. I'll take the sweet release of the great sleep over life in this world. For sure. Alright, well, I guess we explore Tau and find the Ark. Tomorrow. Because it is midnight here. And midnight means end of the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, well, this was a stream, I guess. Lots of interesting conversation. Not much else outside of that. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a good time anyway. Let's see. We're gonna raid out in a minute. If you don't mind waiting, I would appreciate it. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for the lurks and the conversation. Appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. For more adventures of Soma. Maybe the last Soma stream tomorrow. I feel a sense of approaching to the final act of this story. So maybe tomorrow will be the last stream. Who knows? Yeah. For future reference, should I feel guilty for starting a 15-minute talk? No, not at all. The talking is the part I'm most interested in. Very often in those streams. You should definitely not feel guilty for that. Alright, I'm gonna raid Naz. Keep it simple today. Yeah. We'll reconvene tomorrow and, you know, do this whole thing again. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.